so uh, I was being so good. I was watching the clock. I was. Uh, I still haven't hit that bad luck protection yet. Good evening, Atsy. Good morning, Drake Lance. But happy time zone, everybody. Sorry for being a few minutes late. I accidentally was distracted in the Chapa Lounge, or the Chapa Cafe. Hmm. Um, right. But oh, and also good morning, or good time zone, Rebecca. I'm not actually sure where you are in the world, so we will just go with good time zone. Good time zone, because I have no idea what time it is in Norway. I can only assume it's evening. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the subscription. And because you mentioned, yeah, so it's evening over there. You mentioned the shortened version of your name, which I did see on Discord. Now would that be just pronounced like get? Because you mentioned like in Norway, I's being pronounced more as like E, I think. I think. Also, good morning, milady. Right, and if anybody's curious as to what Lady Adonis is referring to, we okay. Okay, so I is pronounced like E. So it would be oh, okay. So and then E is pronounced like eh, or sorry, like not eh, like like eh. Subtle difference. So I suppose that would be um uh 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 Gite. Would that be closer? Sweet. Which I have cool news and well, mixed news for everybody. As you can see, I've started working on my farm plot again. So I added I added some of the springtime lights around my farm, or around my garden with the obstacle flick. And it brings me a special kind of joy. But unfortunately, there was some, well, you'll see what had to happen. There was some destruction that had to take place first. But that's okay. Just means that there's more room now for more examples. Sorry, and I also ended mid-sentence when I was about to mention what Lady Adonis was talking about. But oh my gosh, Rebecca. Thank you so much. Holy biscuits. The hype train reminding me that I have not set up any any custom stuff for that. Oh my gosh. Need to make a sticky note. Biscuits. It doesn't happen very often, but it happens kind of so every now and again. I'm slowly developing the channel into like a real channel, you know. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Sorry, my brain is still booting up because it's early morning for me. But in a nutshell, and we'll just swap this over to that side, just so it's easier for us to work on this wall. A large part of what today is, we'll be talking about how to use and this actually comes with a funny story, because I'm not sure if people remember me trying to figure out how to say, and I'll write it in chat, but this username yeah, but yeah, so I reached out to that user for two reasons. One, because I would like to do a tutorial on their discovery, even if they didn't really think much of their discovery. But I think it's actually quite groundbreaking. And for the second reason, because I would like to know how to say their name. And it turns out their username is just Kel'o'ly. With with a little emoji in the middle. Oh my gosh, and I almost fell out of my chair. It was great. Because I was like I was going through like all of my different, like, I, I was trying to I think I was attempting to use like different Gaelic pronunciations, and nope, it's just Kel'o'ly. I'm just like, okay, great. It's freaking fantastic. But yeah, so Kelly found this amazing trick uh, that is an offshoot of our beloved group select. So if you make a little assembly here with a wall shelf, and so I'll do the float first, and then you make a little assembly here. Then you need a little something to tether it to the ground. I think that might be close enough. Ah, nope, it's not. Oh no, wait, there we go. Oh, sugar, I forgot. On the other side of that wall, you gotta be really careful with building blocks, because on the other side of that wall is a whole bunch of other building blocks. And that can get you into trouble. But yeah, there you go. And then you can take it off the wall. And from there, you just take everything away, and you got a little bug friend that's just hanging out. Now, it's obviously like the very basic version of it. Yeah. But you know, like everything in glitching, it can get much more complex. There's a reason I have a makeshift drum table here, because I'm sure some of you recall Theo did a flipped makeshift drum table as like a garden bed. But you know, that version did require using a regular float, and also required using anchor. And here's the thing about this, is this one doesn't require an anchor, and his version also required a lot of, like, you know, a lot of minutia and calculations and whatnot. But here's something that you can do, because if you just put, like, stick your barrel right there, and then you just put this like that, and then you turn your floor upside down, and then you put your floor at the height you want to sink your barrel. Oop, there you go. And then you go up, and then you group select everything. Boop. Wait, why didn't it work? I did something wrong. This worked for me yesterday. I have the photographic evidence to prove. Maybe I did it the other way around. There. Maybe I flipped the barrel on the wall. Yeah, that makes more sense. Then you don't flip your you don't flip your floor. Then you grab it as of the floor. There we go. Yeah. If you get the right angle, you should. There we go. Boop. And boop. And you got a little barrel. And the other great thing about this is it's a solo version that Switch players can use. And that's why I am just so happy. You're very welcome, and I'll pass your thanks along to Kelly. Because as a reminder, I'm not the discoverer of this. I am just an archivist. Yeah, and that's a Drake Lance also brings up a great point as well. Like, even as like PC players, this still has value because this version, even though it is slightly limited, because it has the same limitations as, you know, all group select things, so it needs a placeable surface on top of it. Excuse me. So in order for it to work, you need to be able to place a building block on top of it. That's the limitation. But beyond that, like, as you can see, like, there's no anchor attached to this drum table. So you save an item slot that would be allocated to that anchor. And that might not seem like a lot until you think about like making pathing. And then you're just like, oh, yeah. Yeah. Because that's the other thing too, is now Switch players can, make pathing out of anything with a placeable surface on top of it. Which, like, so the last stream when I was showing the tiny garden with, like, and I mentioned the players who made the sunken pathways out of, like, log cabin pieces. Like, Switch players can do that now. Which you might be saying, oh, well, XsTinyDragon, we have pavers now. Well, the pavers are garbage. The log cabin pieces are larger. So they larger pieces, more surface area covered. You use less items. Is good. But that being said, Rebecca, if you're still kicking around, I can do my best to show you what I like, the little bits that I know about, like, rotational floating. But, like, as I mentioned in the Chappa Cafe, it is a literal nightmare. And I tend to avoid it like the plague. Is it okay to say that now? It's been 4 years since 2020. Please don't cancel me. Anywho, moving on with our lives. Let me grab not so many magi, which I do apologize to any Switch users that are watching. This next part, it's not entirely not Switch friendly because there is technically a Switch equivalent. Personally, I've never done it. Like, I've never done rotational floating with two people. I haven't. But theoretically, it is possible. Come to think of it, it might actually be easier. Because, like, part of the reason why rotational float, sorry, and let me just talk theory for a second. The reason why rotational floating is such a headache at the moment, and you'll see it in a second, is that it's very difficult, at least for myself, to predict where exactly the float is going to go. Whereas when you float with two people, it's a little bit I say a little bit easier to predict where it's going to go, because you start at one location and then you move to the secondary location, and the first player places at the starting location, and wherever sorry, I'm forming my thoughts as we go, and that's always a nightmare. Wherever the second player places the item, it gets placed wherever the item used to be. And that's how old floating used to work. So, like, if your shelf started here and then you moved it to here, to here, and then player 2 placed an item while they still saw it here, the item would show up here. But it would be floating in midair. So that's how old floating used to work. Whereas now, new floating, we do it in the opposite direction. So we go from here and then go to here and then do our item cancellation. And then we place our item. And that's how we get it to go to that spot. So we have to do all these like weird calculations and whatnot. So yeah, Rebecca, I've definitely had a few moments like that. Sorry, I'm not sure why I'm doing this on a wall. I recommend to never do it on like the side of a house when doing rotational floating. I recommend to always use building blocks, because you can get to specific points much easier. and you can be much more precise. But let's just see if we can just kind of problem solve this on the fly. So if we wanted to make this board vertical, so it's 2 meters. Now see, back in the day, you used to just be able to, place it on your shelf and then rotate it and make sure that you are rotating around a central point, and this is why the building blocks help, because you just have that corner of the block and this is what I mean by just that I throw effort at the wall until it breaks, and that's just my way of saying that I just keep doing it until it works. And this is why I have not so many magi here. So for those that aren't familiar, anytime you see not so many magi pop up, that means that I did an item cancellation. Hey Mango. I'm doing all right. I hope you're doing great. I hope you're doing well as well. Sorry. But an item cancellation is just when we move an item and then instead of using our left click like we normally would, we press an item key. And so that preps that for floating. And then we can just activate the float by picking up our shelf and placing it back down. Hey, and so it kind of did what we want. So it made it go vertical. But we actually want it to like go up and sit at the edge of this. That's what I wanted it to do anyway. And this is what I mean that it's annoying. So at this point we need to add a little bit, because it looks like we need to go a few ticks that way. Actually, yeah, it looks like we need to go all the way that way. And let's see if that works. So we rotate our shelf and then go, or sorry. So we start, because that was the correct way. So we rotate our shelf, but now we're going to move it all the way up there. Let's try not being that crazy. Let's just try that and then up there. Or sorry, I did the wrong one. You can use any item. I accidentally pressed 4. And then let's activate it by doing the shelf. Hey. And see, this is what I mean. We moved it up, and for some reason the board went down. Why? Who in the sweet tiny me knows? Ah. But on the plus side, that does give us some valuable information. So it means that instead of going up, we probably want to go down. So let's just move our board over and then take those away. What are you coming in contact with? Because, yeah, we started there. And then we just go there. And now we're going to try going to that corner instead. And we just, you know, say three Hail Marys. Nope, still didn't work. Because of course not. Let's just try rotating it. Because I can't remember if direction matters. I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. So yeah, just, keep throwing effort. Because eventually, you'll kind of get something that you want. There we go. Don't ask me why that was the correct direction. No idea. None whatsoever. Because by all accounts, like, logic would dictate that we should move the shelf that way to make the board go that way. But no, we want to, yeah. Because if you float something that way, sorry, if you float something this way, just normally, it goes that way. And if you float something that way, it goes that way. But not when you're rotating. Oh no. Because it likes to be an edgy boy. Or, sorry, an edgy witch. There. So yeah. I highly doubt that it has to do with what type. Sorry. Let me start with, not a bad theory, but it's not exclusive to the planks. You'll see the same, what am I trying to say here? You'll see the same response from any item you try to do the rotational floating from. So if I had used, like, gourmet butcher blocks instead, you would have had the same thing. Yeah. So use the top of the thing you cancel place as the ground. So rotating the ground, change what is left and right and up and down. That paragraph broke my brain. Ow. I mean, it's not a bad theory. It isn't. Yeah. If I remember correctly, it gets really weird if you like actually try and use or no, I think that was when Voidness and I were trying to test like drop floating. So if people had remember her boat video and the method that she did to achieve that. In a nutshell, just don't. Just don't. Drop floating is useful for one thing, and that's to make things go straight up. And that's it. Beyond that, if you go in like any weird direction, it starts it starts going completely haywire. And when I mean drop floating, I'm referring to like it's it's exactly what it sounds like. So you have your item that will be your anchor, and you bring it down to the ground, and you perform your item cancellation, and you place your item. Sure, let's use a bug. You grab your shelf, or just grab the assembly, and then it tosses the board back up. That is fine. The weirdness comes when you like start going in like any direction. So if you go here, it starts operating like what Drake Lance said. So left will be right. And all that. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, now that we have building blocks, drop floating actually might be viable again. So I'm not sure if it will be for like what Voidness's video was used for. Because like what she was doing with it was to do like rotational stuff like this, and then like bringing it far out from the wall, then performing a cancel placement. And then slingshotting it back. Then this is where it always got weird. Huh. Seems to be okay now. So maybe it's okay if you do it with building blocks. Hey, and see, this is what testing is for. This is why we test things. We don't just say um, but yeah, that's drop floating. Although sorry, that's just what I pejoratively call it. Sorry, I don't know if that's actually a word. Um, that's the name I came up for. I have it in my head. I think I'm not sure what she calls it in her video. I think her video is called like I can't remember. I'm so sorry. There's only so much storage space up here, and I'm running out. But anywho, enough solo float stuff. Or at least enough of that kind of solo float stuff. Let's do other solo float stuff, because there's a lot of interesting things to talk about there. Because our fabulous Drake Lance sorry, and myself too. We both did testing yesterday. I should take a little bit of credit. Because yeah, there's yeah, some very interesting stuff that Drake Lance found. Here, so hey, Terry Ann, you came in at just the perfect time because we're doing Switch friendly stuff. Ooh, actually, let's not do. Where the heck is, I think the door's on the other side. Yeah, there it is. All right. So one of the things that Drake Lance, but Drake Lance and I found there. See, I took some credit. Oh, sorry. Also, I'm great. Any day that I get to share glitches that are cross compatible is a very good day. How are you? Well, hopefully this will be a little bit rejuvenating for you. All right. So, before I go into the nonsense, let's go over a quick materials list of stuff you're going to need. So we're going to need pillars of some kind. Any of the builder's pillars will work. I think we're probably just going to stick with the wood pillars. And then, yeah, just because I have so many wood floor, we're going to also go with the wood floors. We'll put Magi off of the base hotbar for now because we don't really need him. Beyond that, you are going to need shelving. Any shelving will work. As you can see over here, I used log cabin shelves just to show that you can use the first shelf that you get access to. But just for testing purposes, let's see if other shells make it easier. So we'll grab a couple of capital chic shells. We'll grab a couple of industrial shells. And grab a couple of the lily rattan. Couple Peltax. Massive grats on that. I have no idea what you were trying to do, but grats. Right, and then beyond the shelving unit, or shelving units, you're going to need whatever you're going to want to use. For either your pathing, for when we do pathing, or or to float, for when we float things. We're going to use coffee tables just because they don't use this, the dragon beard stuff. I have no idea how much EXP these guys. Oh, barely any. Okay. Okay. There we go. So we have our mess of coffee tables. All right. Oh, and then, sorry, for the other bit is if you want to float something, or something to float as well. For the sake of our example, I'm just going to float another bug. Oh, it's all good, Terry. I will be doing tutorials on what we're talking about today, so don't worry. Just, yeah, I'm bad at my content creation, or as I've been told on numerous occasions, uh, my the order in which I do my content creation is in the wrong order. So, but whatever. That just means that I should, make the tutorial and then do the live stream that is based on the tutorial. But, you know. I don't think the person that made that comment realizes how much testing goes into these things. And also just the excitement of sharing these things with other people. Yeah. What you're going to do just to start off is place 2 of your pillars and then attach shelves to each of them. That's that's a complicated topic. Good. Anywho, moving on. So we're gonna do the easy one first. So for this one, we're not actually going to use this setup. It's just gonna kind of be there. We're gonna start with the float. And for that, you can attach your shelf, your pillar shelf to the top of your paper lantern bug. And from there, we're going to target the shelf and use group select. On PC, it is Alt, as you can see on the visualizer up there. And by default on Switch, that's your ZL. Now, in some places, you might get the something is in the way message if you're on the Grand Harvest House or just in general. Just move it around until you get the green. And you're going to raise it up as, well, you know, there's a maximum height that you can go because the pillar will run into the top of the house. But yeah. Then you just place it. Then if you don't like or you accidentally click too soon, you just can, sorry, it's a little bit difficult on PC, but you can regroup select by targeting the shelf. So here I'll just place it lower, but so target your shelf again, then regroup select, and then you can replace it down. Because I just want to show you that you can angle your bug differently. Boop. To get some interesting angles with your float. From here, it's super easy. We just add a floor near the assembly. And we just add a couple of pillars. And this part is something that I mess up on every now and again, but it's very important. So if we target down here, and when you use group select, it's not going to work properly. But what we want to do is target the wood floor up here. And that's going to that's going to grab the entire assembly and pull it off of the wall. And we can put them over by our other floating bug. And when you're done, you just take everything else away. And you got a little floating bug. Or whatever you were floating. And right. And just to note, that one comes from Kel'o'ly. Not sorry, that one doesn't come from me or Drakelance, just as a note. That one comes from one of the unofficial Palia housing users by the name of Kel'o'ly. Along with this next one that I'm going to show you, which is just going to be a basic sink. So like before, we're going to put our shelf pillar on top of our table and target the capital chic shelf. And see, sometimes it'll flip it around, and that's going to cause us problems. So when that happens, just turn your pillar around and then try and target it, and there we go. So now the shelf is facing away. It's still having issues, so we take it back. And at this point, just move the pillar further away and give it a go. Okay, so move it to the other side of the table. There we go. Just gotta keep fiddling where that pillar is until it's not coming in contact with the wall. And now this bit's important. So we're going to flip the table upside down. Okay. It doesn't really matter where the placement is, just as long as we flip it upside down. And here is where we're going to use our assembly that we made earlier with the wood floor, pillar, and the shelf. And we're going to target the shelf and grab that assembly with the floor and go up. And this is why we have that shelf when we group selected it. And this is so we can turn that floor upside down. And we're going to nuzzle it in to that table. And this is how we control how far that table is going to sink into the ground. That looks about good. And just like before, we're going to group select. Oh, biscuits. Yeah. Sorry, forgotten. That's the bad place. I have a large construction made out of building blocks on the other side of that wall. Hold please. That would have ended very badly for me. There we go. And now, like before, there we go, sorry for that. We're going to target the wood floor and then group select. And it pulls it off and it sinks the table down. Although it doesn't look like the table is sunk enough. So that's okay. We just take the wood floor off. Group select the shelf. We flip the flooring over. Change the height of the floor. There we go. That looks a little bit better. Yeah, it likes to do that sometimes. So when placing it, sometimes you do need to take into account that it might toss it to the other side of the floor. Just a caution. But yeah, like before, we can now take it all the way. And we have our sunken table. And here's something that Drakelance found out that is very interesting. So if we put building blocks on different items, and then we group select floor. Actually, he didn't do this, but I'm just hoping that it's going to work. It might not. Sugar. Of course it doesn't. I tried. I can't blame a tiny dragon for trying. I think, yeah. If you put the building block on a table, though, you can group select it along with the building block, which is rather neat. Sorry. I mean, that being said, that kind of goes does go part and parcel with like what we're talking about here. But the reason why it is cool is due to the fact of a different application that he and that both of us there I took he perfected it. I just kind of thought of it. But yeah, you can shove things out of bounds with it. And without having an anchor. That's the important part. And now you can take that a step further by combining it with our syncing. We just need to be a bit saucy with it. So whereas before we were nuzzling it up very closely, this time we're not going to. We're just gonna, you know, be like wherever. Yeah. And then we're just going to connect the assemblies via flooring. I'm just going to move that thing out of the way. XsTinyDragon, move that wall. There we go. Now it's not going to be a problem anymore. Oh, it's not gonna trouble us anymore. It's been a day. Come on, buddy. Sorry, I forgot. I think it picks the lowest floor. So you need to like go like this. Come on. Don't make a fool out of this tiny dragon. But apparently it's going to. That's okay. We're just gonna build our assembly first. And let's just take that off of the wall and yeah, I love it when things aren't load bearing. Oh, sugar. Me technical difficulties. Ah, it was gonna be all cool, and this was gonna be easy. This is what I get for not doing the things that were already tested. Sorry, everybody. There we go. Oh, sorry, Drake Lance. I just saw your message. I was totally hyper fixated on what I was doing. I'm sorry. What was your suggestion? Yeah, that is the goal. Although I think my fence might get in the way. Just ignore the cancel placement that I did there. Yeah, I've just got too much junk in my entryway. Too much junk in the trunk. There we go. Round 364. There we go. And there you are. One coffee table. Sunk and out of bounds. And switch friendly. On that note, though, I'm gonna have to leave everybody with that AFK order for a hot second. I will be right back. Just need to visit the Town of Dragons room. And we are back. And I just now realized that I forgot to turn on the music. Lol. Hmm. Uh, do the wood. Also, hello. Menno. But how do you do those wood and stone edgings on the diagonal? Uh, sorry, do you mean like these? And oh, and this one? Which I assume that is what you mean. Okay. Uh, I often forget that people don't know this. But so after you place either of the garden edging, you can actually move them. They're not fixed in place. And the same actually goes for do I actually have any? I don't. But the white picket fence, you can actually pick up that. I think ghost plot. Yeah. So then with these, you can you can just like actually move these. Yeah. And then, funny enough, or not funny, but interestingly enough, what a user by the name of Olivia Lewis, uh, um, uh, she's the first person that posted literature on it. Um, but you can actually use that to group select things. So if you ever wanted, like, say, your Umberborn small column on an angle, go for it. You want it. Right. It was a bit of a journey to get. Oh, apparently not. It didn't want to do it before. Oh, okay. So apparently if you use the white picket fence, you can rotate this gate perfectly fine. And then I have the here, let's pick these back up. But you can move around your fencing as well. So if you were ever wondering on the demonstration plot exactly how I have all of these fence pieces curving with the pathing, that's how. You're welcome. And also a reminder to any Switch players watching, since that was a group select trick, you're fully capable of using that one. You have the technology. Which I should keep some of that on standby now that I think about it. Not a lot, but just a little. Which not sure if I should share this with people, but man, what the heck, why not? You're here. So this trick actually, I can't remember. Actually, it might be Theo. From back when we were mucking around with the original Spring Fever lights. But if you make a square with the white picket fence, and then you go back and you close off the square, and you boop, you can actually remove just the square. Or sorry, just the pickets. Then you can just make another square. But yeah, we used to do this with the for those that a little bit of lore for everybody. Way back around Christmas, a bunch of three of the spring items were released early. Through a recipe bug, and that was the two garden edging and a version of the Spring Fever lights that was actually it was fencing. So the original version of the Spring Fever lights was actually fencing. Unlike the version that they went with, which was 3 separate models. Now why do I bring that up? I bring it up because that's when those Spring Fever lights were fencing, used to be able to use this same trick to pull the lights out. And so you just were able to have just floating string lights. It was super nice. But yeah, just if you were looking for like a different way to use the white picket fence, there you go. Don't get me wrong, it's a little time consuming. And you do require a fair bit of fencing anytime you want to do it, because you do need to complete that square to be able to remove that chunk. Oh, apparently it actually works better if you go from that one side. Oh, as a note, apparently go left to right, not right to left. And yeah, and just as a note, like in regards to if this uses any more items than this, it's negligible because like each of these is one piece. So if you just like pull it along, and then each of these is one piece. So the only thing that you're losing out on is that bar there, or not bar, post. Oh my gosh. Group pickup works now? It's been so long. Sorry, that excites me a little bit. Oh my gosh. So as a note, for anyone watching this, in regards to performing obstacle flicking and what people are saying about needing 100% of your writs, you don't need 100% of your writs. Um, sorry. For for some things anyway. Like if you want to get started on obstacle flicking and start practicing while you don't have all your writs, you definitely can. Like, one second. And to prove this and to shut people up, that I'm not just talking out of my... I'm going to log in to my alt right now on Obstacle Flick in front of you. Hold, please. Because Theo felt the need to uh, to pipe up and be like that it was determined that you needed all of your writs to obstacle flick. You don't. To obstacle flick on the ground, yes. But you don't need to obstacle flick on the ground anymore. That's not something that you need to do. So I got around that by just obstacle flicking this on a table. Because, you know, I thought for a second about what the message was telling me and how I could get around it instead of just admitting defeat. Because what do I always say? It's not a matter of when I'm going to get my way. It's a matter of when S6 stops telling me that it's impossible and just lets me have my way. All right. Did I buy building block? I don't think so. Hold please, I'm sorry. I didn't buy the recipe for any of the crates yet. My alt. Never let the choppas live. Each one could be a plushie. Mm. Yeah. I probably should pick up. I think I'm waiting for crafting licenses right now. Sorry, I've been starting to level this character so I could have him for well, you know, for secondary testing purposes. Mainly for an interaction that I still, to this day, feel very bad about. Someone asked me about placing garden beds somewhere, and I feel quite rude. Even if they don't feel that I was rude, I feel that I was quite rude. And so that's why I started leveling up this character, so I could do things with garden beds and not destroy my own work. All right, sorry everybody. The I haven't cleaned out the seed collectors in a while. Okay. Let's see what's on. All right, let's do some hacking obstacle flicking. See, you get the same message when trying to like build outside your plot as well. So there are a lot of things that you can't do without writs, which is fine. So what is something, do I even have? I'm just trying to think of something ridiculous we can obstacle flick. I don't have light bulbs. Sugar. Okay, we'll just do something basic. Just to show my indignance. Sorry, I'm fishing for one specific recipe. Come on. Does not want to give me it. All right, fine. Oh, yeah. Let's just do, I've got a wheelbarrow. We'll just do some wheelbarrow flowers. Jeez. Something in the way. Let me do it again. I can do it again. Thank you. And yeah. See? Not a single writ has been unlocked. But that being said, if you do try and do it like on the ground, you don't own this land yet. So, yeah. But that's fine. So just don't do it on the ground. Do it on a paver and then put it on the ground. Or like here where I just, did it on a table. All right. Sorry, everybody. I just don't appreciate people telling me that I'm wrong when I know I'm not. You're you're trying, but you're doing. Are you trying obstacle flicking, hon? Or what are you trying? Uh, yeah, you're trying the flower, which, and just a reminder to everyone that there's a reason I make it look easy, and it's because I did spend a month learning the original flick. So give yourself some grace. So, let's run through our checklist. For the setup at least. So for graphic setting, you have everything turned up as high as it'll go. Like as high as your computer will allow. Then after that, give your frame rate turned down to 30. Sorry, just one sec. Started calibrating the graphics settings. Oh dear. But yeah, frame rate to 30. And then from there, just make sure that you have all right, so we scroll down to placement mode. And move item and confirm move. We are going to make a secondary key. And you can honestly do anything for it, but I do V, and a lot of people do V just because it's comfortable and it's not really used for anything. So, yeah. And then lastly, Voidness at least suggests to rebind action bar item use to P. I didn't read as to what this accomplishes, but you know, it's a part of the instructions that she puts. So I add it into mine. So yeah. And aside from that, those are all the settings that you need to fiddle with. Beyond that, it's a timing game. Now, the other reason that I'm a little bit or I get the hang of flicking a little bit quicker than than most people is that I played piano, or I've been playing piano off and on for about for like over 20 years. So timing comes very easily for me. Especially when we're talking about something that it involves like bilateral body movement. So if it's easier for you to use one hand, by all means. And this is why I have the visualizer on the screen. So you can see exactly how quickly that input is between V and whatever number key we're going with. But say I don't know. Which, and just a reminder, the reason why I use the stone floor is that just like by default, you always have the something is in the way message, which is the thing that you need for obstacle flicking to work. And yeah, from there you just actually, let's see if I can do it with one hand. I highly doubt it. Oh, well, I'll be danged. Apparently I can do it with one hand. But yeah. But, so, I'll just do it with, so it's, it was placed. So this log cabin carrier is what we're replacing. So we can do it again. And then there. So it's a roll. But now the trick is, yeah, it was in my inventory. It's on number 1. So here I'll exit out of the placement or out of editing mode, and you can sorry, let me hit enter. So you can see it's on number 1 here. So we'll be rolling from V, which is our placement, to number 1. And it's important that we're pressing V slightly before 1. So we grab floor, line it up. There you go. Hey, Rose. Lovely to see you. You think you get it? Wonderful. Also, you're able to do the glitch? Which one? Let's turn VSync on. Interesting. That is weird. Yeah, it is always strange that everyone seems to have to do something different for flicking to work for them. Really? Ah, guess duly noted. I will suggest that if some people that might be having problems. But yeah. I try not to do this one too much. I'm not sure. Sorry, we're on my alt right now, so he doesn't have too many cool wallpapers. So, but let's do like he does have the Christmas wallpapers. So yeah, this would be how you do the floor wallpapers. Oh, that one actually looks kind of cute. So. I actually really rather like that, uh, mainly because there are so few white floorings, and white flooring really brightens up a room. Yes, the aquarium is one of my definitely one of my favorite ones. Yeah, I do have extras of those, but those ones will have to be like a giveaway once trading comes out. So that those ones have to be like a lottery. Because I have yeah, I have two of each of, or sorry, I including the one that I'll keep for myself. I have three of each of the Christmas wallpapers, so I can do a lottery for two of each of the Christmas wallpapers from last year. So the Jolly Holly wallpaper and the Let It Snowflake. Because they gave it out twice. So my main account has two of them, and then my alt has one, but he doesn't need it. What kind of stuff I do live? I teach people how to perform different glitches in Palia and how to decorate their homes, that type of thing. Mostly, I try and help people enjoy the game as much as I do. Which is kind of why I colorfully refer to the stream as class time. Yeah, currently we're just on my alt account right now. Right on. But on that note, I think we can log out of my alt and log back into the main. Also, that is great to hear, Rose. I always love to hear that, like, I don't know, that what I teach is then going to be taught to other people, because it just creates kind of this like cascade effect of like everyone uh I don't know, the more people use these glitches, the less likely it is for S6 to like covertly remove them. Sorry, Pear Tree, you came in and heard mention flicking. Is that when you move the camera while placing? That is what it used to be way back in the day. So what Pear Tree is referring to is what I used to call it drop flicking. That's so here we'll grab what I used to call this the flickamajig. And I basically used to set up a bunch of fish. And I would do it on, hey look, Ravenwood floor deco. I would do it on a Ravenwood floor deco so I could move it around. And now the purpose of this was to there we go. Because the fish are so sharp. But this way doesn't really work anymore. And yeah, and this is the version of flicking that I spent a literal month perfect or like learning. And that's why I was very hands off with flicking. I was so hands off and was just like, oh, there's a new flick. Absolutely not. Go talk to someone else. Because there was some damage. But yeah. Oh yeah. There's a whole litany of glitches that S6 has either broken, either intentionally or unintentionally. So, yeah. Now, do you need a sweet spot on the roof of the pavilion for wallpaper flooring? Um, Wallpaper, yes. I can't remember how. Um, yeah, for wallpapers, it's actually super easy. Let's pop over to the demonstration plot. Because for wallpapers, you literally just butt it up to a harvest house. Let's do it the other way. You can see a bit better. There we go. So you just butt it up to the harvest house like that. Can't see. Oh. I mean, that being said, uh, that's only one way of it. So if you can't move your pavilion, oh ha! Sorry, everybody. That's hilarious. I'm so sorry. I was so confused as to what you meant by you couldn't see. There we go. There we go. That's what it looks like. Pardon me as I turn like 7 shades of red. Found a way to get. Oh, also pear tree. That sounds super cool. Uh, However, the other way that you can do, uh, because it's also just like an angle game. So if you're able to like place something, or not even place something, but if you can, I think I'm gonna need some ramps. Um, Here, because if you can get high enough, or not necessarily high enough, but if you can get to the right angle, you can sometimes see the right point where you can jump the wallpaper from a nearby wall to the pavilion roof. But just remember that I said sometimes. It's not easy. Make sure I have a wallpaper. Yeah. If I remember correctly, you do need to like make it like jump over like all of the sugar. As I said, it's not easy. But yeah, that's the concept is to wait, what? Almost although because I thought Drakelance did a jump using building blocks, so it might be possible, but don't quote me on that. But for the most part, it is a matter of like finding or not finding it, but you do need a point of transference because you need a place that's valid, and then you need to transfer it from the valid place to the not valid one. At least conceptually, that's how it works. There was a little bit of context. I said that you did a jump from building blocks to like the Grand Harvest House, didn't you? With a wallpaper. I I'll be honest, I didn't read too much into the published work. Put the building blocks on the roof on the grid. Just. Okay. Um, okay. So then I don't know if that's the same. I'm not sure if the same principle could be applied to the pavilion then. Because there's no grid. It's been so long since I've done this. Sorry, guys. There's also like, yeah, I'm just gonna not do this. If anyone's interested in this, there is so much work that's already been done on the subject on unofficial Palia housing. Just look up the Discovery Den forum, and there is a section, or there is a thread on for wallpapers on roofs. So, yeah. I highly recommend it. I apologize, just I barely, or yeah, I know enough about the topic to make conversation, barely. But yeah. I apologize. It's one of those subjects that I keep meaning to educate myself more on, but there's just so many things. Thank you, Pear Tree. That is definitely the idea. Except for around the pavilion. Around the pavilion is like the one part that, in my personal opinion, was kind of a failure in my mind. It did not go as planned. But you know, everything can be fixed. And I mean, this is just a demonstration plot anyway. But yeah. Let me just, sorry, just one second. Drake Lance did a bunch of testing yesterday, and I just wanted to see if there was anything that I missed regarding the switch floats. Oh, I guess I could bring this bit up, which it isn't as useful for Switch players so much as it is for PC players. And it's super simple. But it does just go back to that first thing that we were talking about, which was being able to group select non-block items. And in this case, we're going to be a bit saucy, and we're going to group select a wood slab paver. And you'll see why in a second. Although I'm sure some of you can already guess why. It's all right, but let's just... Yeah. I know you're probably thinking, that's just one single wood slab paver. What's so compelling about that? Well, you know what? That looks oh so tempting to flick. It's so delicious. How much gold should you save for the majimarket? I mean, if the lunar majimarket is a litmus test, uh, eh? Because the lunar majimarket, like gold, was like not very useful. It'll be your first? Okay. Well, so it highly depends on which route that they take with the Majimarket. So Majimarket Classic, which is what happened around I can't yeah, around this time last year. It launched at the end of August and ran through September. So we're a little bit late now, but you know, whatever. I digress. Um, so yeah, so for classic Majimarket, everything did cost gold. And at that, everything was very expensive. So things the uh, like the Magi plushie cost 80,000 gold. So I'm not sure how many of those you would like. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, when Lunar Majimarket came around, because of how many people submitted negative feedback regarding the gold grind, they pivoted away from it being a gold-based system to it being almost entirely a ticket-based system. But here's the thing, that during Majimarket Classic, there was already a ticket grind. It was already there. Just the things that you spent tickets on were in the like at the Choppa Hut. So you spent the tickets on on Choppa plushies, on Choppa pillows. But instead of expanding on the different prizes that you could get for tickets, they made the entire event ticket-based. And so in the months leading up to, or like the month or two leading up to the Lunar Majimarket, so many people that I knew, and I say knew because they no longer play Palia, burnt themselves out grinding gold, only to find out that the gold is useless. And they now have to grind again. So my suggestion is don't grind too much. That's my suggestion. So, no, do not shoot for max gold. Absolutely not. Um, if you can stand going to cake parties, by all means, do that. I would not do some of the ridiculous cake parties that, or sorry, I'm not sure if people still do cake parties, but some of the ridiculous cooking parties that I've been hearing about, where people have been doing like 300 or 400 cooking parties. I would not recommend that, where they take like 3-4 hours. Oh, you've never been to a cooking party and don't really know how it works. So a cooking party is basically where, like, it's exactly what it sounds like. Everybody comes to a person's plot, and uh, usually everyone has one role. So everyone uses one ingredient, aside from occasionally the person starting the recipe will use two if the recipe calls for two starting ingredients, and that's normally the one time that there's a discrepancy. But yeah. But yeah, if you don't have social anxiety like this dragon, they can be great, a great way to make money. But you know, if you do have social anxiety, I suggest gardening and just hiding in your carrots. I'm just kidding, not carrots. Don't grow carrots. But yeah, so I but yeah, I don't know. I mean, in all actuality, if you really want to go for broke, like to uh get coin before the majimarket, uh fishing is ridiculous, and specifically ocean fishing. You hate the fishing in this game? Fair enough. I mean, that's fine. If you hate fishing, that's perfectly fine. Other things that are perfectly viable, actually, that's the thing about this game. Everything is viable for making money except for furniture crafting. That's the only thing that you can't make money in this game, is with furniture crafting. There is no way to make money with furniture crafting. None. Like you can't even convert the metals into some form of sellable thing. Uh, boat bookshelves. Honey, the boat bookshelves come from the um. Those aren't waterlogged chests. Just so you know. That's a craftable recipe. You get it from you need to go to. Nope. Yeah, float some. So the Bahari Bay pile. Yeah, thank you, Midnight. Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, my brain short circuited there for a second. Yeah, so just like the Chapa pile in Kilima, um, the Rummage pile in Bahari is located. If you're unfamiliar with it, it's located along the beach. I mean, it does kind of look like something that would be from the makeshift set, so it's all good. And also there is a bookshelf in the makeshift set as well. Um, oh, you do? Great. And then, I mean, for all you know, you might already have the recipe. Just hop on your workbench and just search FLOT. Fair enough. Sorry. You tried to repurpose your flotsam bookshelf back into a boat, but you got sent to your entrance. It sounds like you probably hit the sink limit, which I've had, or you're not the first person that that I've had that. Oh my god, my brain is not working right now. All right, let me just pop over to the Steamworks. So those who are familiar with the channel, where the heck is that boat? There it is. Those who are familiar with the channel know that I make my boats very differently than most people, or than, sorry, not, I mean, I can't. Is the sink limit same as the float limit? No, it's so not. No, I'm sorry. The sink limit is like, I think it's 0.75 of a meter. Sorry, but not talking in meters, but talking in game units that most people understand. So in building block terms, it's up to about there on a building block. Sorry, the reason why I talk in, and for those that are unaware, the reason why I talk in meters, or and why I refer to things in meters, is ever since the building blocks were data mined, all the files for the different building blocks were titled their dimensions. So the builder's stone floor was titled 2 meter by 2 meter. So we were given official like dimensions as to like what the squares are. No. I've heard some people mention that, but I have not tested it myself. But I mean, like, if you look right here, like just right at the boat right there, if you use the right item, you don't even need to sink it into the water. Sorry, I should have led with that. Wait, sorry, that's a bad example. I think I did sink that boat. I think that's an old version of the boat. Sorry, I forgot, because that has the umbrella in it. Let's go back to the... Let me hide the anchor. Let's go to... chain floated your rage against the arcade machine to get the big screen above the ground. Circumvented the float limit. I'm not sure you did. I hate to say. Unless just because I'm wondering exactly how high you floated that arcade machine, because the float limit is actually pretty high. Last I checked, anyway, unless it was changed. If we pop over to Lapta. Because this, where's the anchor for this? Because those things up there are floated. Oh, wait, hold it. You are right, actually. Sorry. you are right. Because it falls under the weird category of item. But that being said, rather than being obtuse like I am right now, okay, that is actually pretty high. Okay. Yeah. But sorry, and yeah, as I was saying, uh, because yeah, instead of being obtuse, as I said, I think I would rather like to test your theory. Let's pop over to Tiny Town because I already have something set up for this. Because funny enough, I was testing. Wait, what the heck? Huh. Drake Lance. It worked. Oh, biscuits. I totally missed the raid. Sorry. Hi. 20? Holy biscuits. I'm so sorry. I was hyper fixated on this other thing over here. Welcome everyone. Let me do the shout out thing. I think that'll do it. Yay! There we go. Shout out successful. Um, but yeah, yeah. Welcome, everyone. For those that uh have no idea who I am or what I do, I'm a tiny dragon, and well, I decorate and I teach people how to glitch in Palia and exclusively Palia. If that isn't your cup of tea, well, I'm sorry. That's what we do here. It's, well, my current hyperfixation bordering on special interest. So, buckle up, Spider Monkey. Here we are. The current topic that we've been talking about today has been some cross-compatible glitches that came to light because Palia is a cross-platform game between PC and the Nintendo Switch, and I do try my best to make things as cross-compatible as possible, because my biggest goal is to help each and every person who comes to this channel enjoy the game as much as I do. And I realize I enjoy it a lot, so that might be a big goal, but I don't care. So yeah. Now, here's a big thing. I do get having a personal anxiety gremlin. I do. And as such, I have this little guy that you can summon if you like. He's called the Question Raccoon. He's a great way to get my attention if there's something that you'd like to ask me, either regarding glitching or something that you need help with regarding some kind of troubleshooting issue, because I'm here to help. That's why I started the streams, and that's why I started the channel. I think that's about it for now. Yeah. If anybody has to raid and run, by all means. Oh, sweet. You've also been here since the beginning? Or I guess, sorry, I guess we haven't been here since the beginning because we're not alpha testers, but no, who cares? We've been here since the beginning of the beta. It's early enough in my eyes. A Query Fury. Oh, wait, sorry. No, a Query Furry. That's adorable. I actually rather like that. Um, right. Sorry. Trying to collect my thoughts. Also, note to everyone who's new to the channel, either through the raid or otherwise, I'm very, very ADHD. Some days it's my superpower, most days it's my shackles. But yeah. This tree here was a test or an experiment from yesterday to see, well, pretty much if it would work. And that being if we could get a semi-independent tree to be in midair, and it seemed to work. Handy tool, I like that. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming in like a wrecking ball. But you have yourself a fabulous day, my dear. But on that note, I'm going to try and figure out what it was we were attempting to do. I think it was chain floating to get over height limits. Oh yeah, you ain't whistling Dixies there, midnight. I've often referred to it as like as ADHD candy. Um, oh wait, we can just count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Sugar. All right, let's see what happens here. Okay. We have a question, Raccoon. All right. Hey, Man Gaming. How can I help? Drat. Well, it was worth a shot. It doesn't work with trees. Yeah, was a yeah. Yeah, they're the white whale. Now and strangers in the club. All right, Pear Tree. You have yourself a great day. Mm. Trying to think of like something cute that we could do with the plush that would be like a Switch friendly glitch. Yeah, without just like falling back on, yeah, just throw it on a dessert plate. 'Cause I'm sure everyone's tired of that. But I mean, we could maybe just like make them little planes or something. That could be cute. Wait, we already tried that. Oh wait, but we didn't try bumping it. That might work. Yeah. Hey, maybe. Lovely to see you and your bodacious bee booty. How are you this beautiful day? I think we might have successfully made a plushy plane. Or at least something resembling a plushy plane. Now we just need to make it float. Also, thank you. A wooden sculptured butterfly. I like that too. That's super cute. The idea with this plot is it's supposed to be my my cute plot. So if anyone is familiar with oh wait, what am I doing? Dar. Oh wait, no. Yep, there we go. Yeah, I did it. All right, see you in a bit. If anyone is familiar with the anime concept of moe, that's what this plot is supposed to be. So just all of the cute. I don't think this is gonna work. It's okay. I think we might just need to do this all sneaky like, because it is in pieces. So we just go like that and like this. See? Which, where's, there. Okay. This might just be a little bit of a challenge, because we'll just need to like get around that. I guess not. Because the floor will get around that that bab beam. Alright, and now just like real life, we need some vertical assistance because we are too short. Oh, sorry. Uh, hi there, Opal. Uh, Currently we are making a plushie plane. Using the switch-friendly no anchor float. Alright, which of y'all wants to fly? You're gonna be the test pilot. Dang you and your big tail. Alright, this Sarnik is going to be our test pilot. Ceiling fan would be great, a great option. Although, oh no, I guess we could. Okay, okay, come on, guys. You're right. Thank you, Opal. I wasn't thinking out of the box enough because there are ways that Switch players can get a ceiling fan on there. Not easy, but it can be done. I mean, yeah, pretty much. If you like doing things easy, you wouldn't be playing on the Switch. Heyo. Actually, I'm not sure if that was a burn on Switch players or PC players. Anyways, moving on. Um, oh, right. Just gotta flip over to the demonstration plot for a hot second. Oh, here's where all my freaking pillars are. But still, I'm just gonna clean up some of my mess. Because, you know, remember to clean up after yourself, especially your global items. Oh, sorry, it took me a second to figure out. Yeah, that's all good. That's in my day too, kind of. A rideable flying dragon. Oh dear. I I don't know how to feel about that. Right, what am I doing? We don't even need the shelf, we just need height. Don't gaslight me. Mm, wait, is this possible with a Rook Goldberg? I, I don't think so. Or maybe, yeah. If I'm just, if I don't. Ooh, grants. Massive grats on that one. Especially since they're not that easy to get anymore. At one point in time, that item was on the loot table twice. So if anyone is ever curious why I have so many of them, that's why. I should have made these out of metal, maybe. Because the wood is such a pain to use. These are those bloomed edges. Oh, right. Oh, this is fracturing my brain. I just gotta remember what angle the other one needs to be. Oh, okay. Definitely not what I wanted. Okay, let's figure out how we're gonna flip these sons of biscuits. successful. Hi, Brandy. Great to see you. That might be why I'm having such a hard time conceptualizing it. Okay. Nope, still not far enough. Yeah, that was looking better. Sure. Ha. And then we didn't have the propeller rotated the right way. Internal screams. I mean, It's okay. Don't be sorry. I was being a bit basic. And what do I always say? Why be basic when we don't have to be? Not really that sorry. Yeah, I didn't think you were. Okay. That's it. Okay. And then the center of rotation needs to go that way. Ooh. Oh, that took a lot of... That took a lot of my tiny power. Alright, now this one's the... wait, no. There we go. And for this one, don't gaslight me, game. There we go. See, it's not a matter of when I'm getting my way. It's just a matter of when the game stops telling me that it's impossible. Where's the... Oh, there it is. I didn't want to get a harvest house involved, but I guess we're getting a harvest house involved. We're just going to make it explode a little bit. Just a little bit. Don't worry about it. Don't make me call the harvest house. Yeah, pretty much. needs to be right. Yeah, I'm uh there are there are uh mm, that might work. There I I have started to or realize that I've kind of developed my own like catchphrases, I guess. You know, I guess that kind of comes with the territory of being a content creator and or like, but and like those could easily go on like mugs or what have you. Wait, that no. Ah, son of a biscuit. Ah, I grabbed the wrong part. Oh, on the plus side, this one was much easier. And then we just grabbed the paver this time because that's the one that we wanted it to go on. Oh, and it actually looks much better now. Actually, it does not. I lied. That was definitely off kilter. Yeah. There we go. Plushy plane with propellers. Oh, the fact that it doesn't have a tail is starting to bother me. Dang it, Opal. Oh, please tell me it's not gonna have placement issues now. This is fine, actually. If you're on the Switch and you have placement issues like that, just go back to your merge wall. and you make it explode like that. And then you go back, and with everything exploded, and make sure not to put it down. And then when you're ready, gosh darn it, Opal. Yeah, you're right, it does need a tail. I hate that you're right. Yeah, screw it. We're just gonna refloat the entire thing. Because at this point, yeah, I did. I know I did. I know it's my fault. On the plus side, we have an easy option, which I think I'm just going to go with the easy option for a tail, which is just the Paltech wall shelf. With any luck, it goes on without a hitch. Although we might need to be a bit saucy with it. There's the bowl. So for starters, we tear off the wall. Then we trade that for that. No. I mean, is it going to make me depressed about my lackluster plushie playing? I'm just kidding. I would love to. My ego is not that fragile. Especially since I went to school for architecture, not aeronautical engineering. So, yeah. Oh, and since we did it this way, is it all turning? One big propeller in front, two small ones under the wings. Sure, now you say something. All right. What if... Okay. I like where this is going. Okay, Switch players, I hope you're paying attention because we just got complex rotation. Actually, and PC players, because I just managed to get complex anchor, or I'm just about to get, you know what? Sure. Complex anchorless floating. And you just take everything away. Boom. Oh, this, yeah. Yeah, because with this guy here, the only way that I was able to get that complex angle was with combining it with the solo float. All right, Opal. Are you on the right plot? Or do you need a minute? Actually, I'll be over in a minute. I need to do some tiny business. Sorry. False alarm. Leo the AFK otter will take good care of everybody. I'll be right back. All right, and we're back. Sounds good. Oh dear. Oh, Kate. It is upstairs? Okay, yeah. Which, for those who are not familiar with Opal's treehouse, it's quite delightful. Oh, Opal. I feel like that's tiny dragon abuse. Although, is he he looks like he's a dragonfly. A little bit. And there is a propellers coming out of his nose, so of course it is. I see why you were cackle laughing. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, oh yeah, I sat in it. I did. Oh dear. Yeah, it's a literal plushy plane made made by made from plushies for plushies. Oh God, I'm pretty sure Plushy Peter is gonna have words with you. Oh my gosh. Hmm. So cozy. Which for anyone having issues with their boats jumping back out of the water, this is a a good solution for that. By the way, is that you make your boat and then you make some type of dock out of blocks and then you or you place a block on your boat and then you group select the block that is attached to your boat, and that will allow your boat to snap onto the end of your dock. So it's a little trick. And so it should hover just the right distance into the water as well. Oh, I didn't notice your lamps last time I was here. That's fantastic. I've not seen somebody do that before. Your upside down homestead large lamps. That's fabulous. Uh, I think she is. Uh, you're on. Yeah. Yep. Opal flame, 2 words. But yeah. Uh, but yeah, she has a fantastic plot. I really suggest that if anybody, um, what was another? I think you had the pond here, didn't you? I think back here. I'm not crazy. Because, yeah, you had the bookshops. Okay, that's what you're taught. Yeah. Yeah. Which are freaking phenomenal. Um, but yeah, this is this is what I was talking about. This pond is great. Complete with waterfall. Oh, and did you add the light back that you were talking about last time? Or I think you were adding, or um, you mentioned something that was missing the last time I was here. Yeah, but yeah, just this back here is just a very, um, I don't want to say simple, but it, um, it's an addition that not many people do. I've only seen it twice. People, like an attempt a waterfall. But it's just a very it's a very nice touch is what I'm getting at, trying to get at here. Well, I definitely want to see the cooking party that you mentioned, mainly because a lot of people mention wanting inspiration for those types of things. Oh, okay, it's so much of everything. Sorry, I haven't. Oh, Nine Callie did the waterfall first. Is that what you're referring to? Um, Fair enough. It is super hard to say. Um, yeah, the first one that I saw, like I am ugh, kind of ashamed to say that I don't keep up with unofficial Palia as much as I should, but I want to say his name is Tico. I think just Tico. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce that. And he just had a just a horizontal one of the tables, and that I know that plot did gain a lot of popularity at one point, I think. But yeah, once again, I don't know. We are also just I'm I'm trying to uh, loosen my ideals around, who did what first, and more so just like where I saw things first. Mainly because I'm only human and my ideals are, have gotten me into trouble. Hmm. But yes. All right. On that note, though, thank you for sharing, as always. And as well, thank you for. Uh, do you remember offhand the height limit for functional equipment? Or oh, did I miss? Is it not not? Did I miss something else? Is it downstairs? 11 3/4. Oh, right. But that being said, before we go, I would like to pop by one other thing, or actually two other things before we. Oh, wait. Forget about this. It's super cute because Nibbles is manning the grill. It's super cute. And then there's the movie theater. Complete with. Actually, I missed the popcorn maker before. That's great. Right. And then, yeah, the movie screen is just darling. Yeah. Just shows what you can do with enough artwork. Yeah. Definitely recommend everybody go check out their plot. And don't forget to leave a reaction. If you're stopping by anyway, you might as well. Hey, see you, Levy. Thank you for stopping by. I forgot to mention, I finally submitted my feedback regarding S6 selling recipes for majimarket. I know, I know. It's a little late, but you know, better late than never. I know it's probably not going to happen, but I can dream, Harold. All right. The next plushy plane that we do is going to be a little. I'm sorry, Switchblades. I'll just say that right now. But we did one for you, and now we're gonna make one for Tiny Dragon. You're able to double flip the barrel with the new method. Would double placement be the only way to put flowers in the barrel? Oh, um, right. I guess I didn't go over that bit. Um, that's my mistake. I apologize. In regards to the flower barrel from earlier, or sorry, the barrel that Milady's talking about. So I was actually rather curious about that myself, and that answers that question. And I was curious if the barrier was still in place, and apparently it is. And the answer is that you would just make your bouquet before. Yeah. Like so. Sorry, like so. And then from there we would do our trick. And you just basically place the barrel around your flowers. Does that make sense? Cool. Love. Okay. Back was I feel like I was doing something with a copper pillar that was shenanigan-y. Sure, I'm down. Give me 1 sec to see if I can try and make this work. Yeah, it really doesn't want this to happen. I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but it might just be beyond me. Oh well. Fatigue might be getting to me. Okay. Biscuits. Okay. Let's just go take a look at this quick, and then I think I might need to grab a quick bite to eat, fan. Just should have done around noon. But I was bad. You said it's... Oh, on the front of the plot. Oh, nice. Oh, that looks great. Also, I see which plot you're starting to work on. I see you. Oh, also, love, if you want to uh, have these without grass, just build that shape inside your plot and make sure like all of the floors are independent of one another, and then group select it over into place. Here, I'll run home so I can show you. But thank you for sharing. It's so cute and I'm so proud. Yeah, that's why I mentioned. I love the shape, by the way, which is why I wanted to bring it up. There we go. And if you aren't sure if everything is independent, you can just grab them and see. And basically just if they have something when they pick up, then they're not independent. And once you're sure that everything is independent of one another, then that's when you group select everything and then drag it over to the edge of your plot. Sorry, the edge of my plot is very messy, as you can see. But I think this might be the only place we can do this. There we go. And then, yeah, if we build onto it, you can see the difference. Apparently not with the sand. There we go. You can see the difference if we just like build onto it. You can see the grass starting to peek through. But yeah. With that being said, if you like the overgrown grass, by all means. Also, if you wanted to do like a combination of both, then carrot cake. You were lurking stream on Monday while working and saw the sync method without an anchor and wanted to say oh, game changer for the idea for your You're very welcome, carrot cake. And I will send your thanks along to Kelly, who's the unofficial Palia housing member who discovered it and posted the material, which you know, who taught me how to do it. And yeah, it definitely does open a lot of doors. Which just today we through some finagling figured out that we could do complex rotational floating with and as well without an anchor. So yeah, and it is very nice that it doesn't require an exclusive item. It's an item that everybody has. Or sorry, an item that everyone can easily get, at least. Which, if anybody watching at home does not have any building blocks and does not know where they can go get building blocks, you can purchase the recipes for building blocks just from City Hall, or you can just purchase the gold building blocks if you don't feel like crafting them. Because for the float and sink method, they are just tools, so you don't need to keep them around. You can pick them up afterwards. So the gold building blocks are perfectly viable because they don't need to fit into your decor or into your design. Wait, no, that's not the number I wanted. There we go. And now it's off center, of course. It's my pleasure. And you're very welcome, son of a biscuit. There we go. My question is, do I like that? I mean, kind of. Okay. This one. That was too much rotation. Oop. Okay. It's starting to break my brain. Okay. Right. I forgot that before that, we're popping over to Milady's place. I was gonna go uh, grab some food. Sorry, everyone. Probably why I'm so right now. Gonna take a quick break, max 10 minutes, and then we'll be back with more. Hey, and we're back. Oh, thank you to everyone who's stuck out or hung around. Definitely feel better. Go figure. There we go. That looks right. Oh wait, what am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Alright, this is where it might get weird. Fucking pillars. Why do I keep using them? I have no idea. Always seems like a good idea at the time. with an angled timber construction like the last one. Yeah, I meant to do that. I mean, shirt. Maybe worth that time. Okay. Finally. Yeah. Thank you very much. Ah, biscuits. Oh, sadness. Maybe could you just like hide an arm somewhere in like the construction so it looks like he's flying, but he's not? And then it's just like secrets. That's fair. Uh, See, I was thinking more like I'm sure you understood. But for anyone that didn't, because I was kind of, vague. Because, it is that kind of, that time of day. But yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. But I mean, you can get like much more creative because you've got like the tree canopy everywhere. So you go like directly down, like underneath of him, and then like go down a little bit and then go down into the canopy and then like hide it in the trees. Just if you wanted to make him taller. Oh. You actually don't even need to flick them. Uh, because, sorry, no, we don't want that one. If we pop over to, uh, because if we pop over here, the mechanical choppa's in my garden. Yeah, he's using a shovel. And I'm pretty sure. Oh no, you might be right. I think I might have tried to. Never mind. I take it back. Don't listen to me. It's just the ravings of a crazy dragon. I think I have, yeah, I have more garden tools in the hoard. I thought all you had to do was like rotate them. Oh, yeah, that one just goes on. Is it the shovel that's a tool? Might be the shovel that's a tool. No, it could also be, yeah, no, they just go on there. Okay, I'm not crazy. Well, let's not uh discount anything yet. I was right once. That doesn't mean I'm not. But I mean, sanity's overrated, so. Soon, you little sons of biscuits. Angela Baskets too. And the veggie lantern. All the veggie lanterns. I'm going to get so many veggie lanterns. Y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know how many veggie lanterns. And I will mention now that yes, I will be streaming during majimarket. But that being said, I am very sorry. The content will probably not be decor focused unless there are specific questions. That is the one time I will be taking a break from farming. If people have questions, sounds great. Otherwise, it's going to be like grinding 24/7. And I'm just mentally preparing myself for that now. And just like accepting the fact that like we'll probably start decorating once the October patch hits, when majimarket ends. The heck happened there? I mean, oh, Terry. Sweetheart, I love you to bits. So I'm going to not use a definitive. So, sorry, and by definitive, I mean, like, don't do this, don't do that. So I'm just going to ask kindly that you do your best to try to not apologize for IRL stuff. Okay? Love you, Terry. Hey, and I love you being here. But real life comes first. And I appreciate that you put real life first. Sorry, just to circle back around for a sec, because Opal Flame mentions, will we finally be getting majimarket? That is, I mean, that is almost a certainty at this point. Between the data mined content that has been found, along with just if you run around Kilima, which here we'll leave the plot just so anyone who hasn't noticed just can and or sorry, not hasn't noticed, but anyone who's not currently playing the game right now can see. And I can prove that I'm not actually a Palian agoraphobic. I do go outside sometimes. So yeah, so if you venture out into Kilima, eventually you will happen upon, oh my gosh. I run into these whenever, there we go. You run into these lovely little posters floating around. Now for those that, well, I mean, what do you count as so long? Because I mean, the posters only showed up at at the beginning of this patch. Which would be indicative of of Majimarket happening the following patch. I mean, yeah, that is fair. And sorry, Opal, I wasn't I do want to apologize. I wasn't uh I wasn't really showing the posters like for you. I figured you had already seen the posters. That was more for like anybody else who hadn't. Uh, Also, there was something else that I can't. I think I was watching. People know the YouTuber slash or just general content creator, Parzival. Um, there was something else around Kilima, like another asset that is like Majimarket supplies or something. Um, but in any case, uh, it does look like that they are gearing up for it this upcoming month. Unfortunately, some NPCs have been have been mentioning it. Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Along with maybe it's that card. Anyways, doesn't really matter. Um, um, Sorry, what was the other thing? Uh, so the I'm don't quote me on this, but I'm 90% sure like Majimarket Classic was supposed to coincide uh with the Chinese like moon festival, which does fall in September. Uh, and then like the obviously lunar Majimarket being the Chinese New Year being the Lunar New Year. I'm not a developer. I'm not a Palia partner. I have zero insider knowledge. These are just uh, observational things that I've noticed. And the thing about the Moon Festival was only because I was at this Chinese supermarket that is near or like in my city a number of weeks ago with my mother-in-law, and I noticed like banners everywhere for the Moon Festival. I was just like checks checks the calendar and was like, isn't this when Majimarket started last year? Huh, I wonder. I mean, that would track. Um, and I did think it was strange that like having like a moon themed event in September. But that's only because uh I'm sadly not as educated in other cultural uh you know or like other cultures um what am I trying to say here? Celebrations and whatnot. I mean, sorry, it did start in August, but it started like at the tail end of August. So like to me that's basically September. Like patch cycle wise. So like um mean like meaning that or sorry, like when I say that like the month that we're going to like play the patch. That's what the month I count as that uh being that if that makes sense. So like we're currently playing September's patch, but it dropped in August, if that makes sense. My brain is strange. I get it. Blame their patch cycle, okay? Oh, shoot. I don't want those. Yeah. I'm not even sure why I'm out and killing them. I'm sorry. But, yeah. The interesting thing will be how they deal with, or not deal with, but or I guess, yeah, kind of deal with, uh, like Halloween and like Halloween content. Because I don't know how they will like like I'm not even sure what the word I'm looking for here is, I guess, like rectify, I don't know. Oh, biscuits. Sorry. Every Proudhorn could be a plushie. Not that one, but it could have been. Sorry. Thanks for the follow, by the way. I gotta check the log. Moffis. I think I said that right. In any case, because I did notice some people on once again Parzival's video mentioning like Halloween items, and I'm kind of wondering if they're going to drop it like with majimarket or how that is going to work. Or sorry, not with, like, if they're going to drop it at the end of September or if they're going to wait until, because like if we look at the calendar for like when the patch for October drops, like that doesn't drop until like the 29th of October, which is like the last week of October. And yeah, it's kind of the sucky thing about having like one patch a month, is that they don't, or they aren't able to do things like that. And I'm wondering if this is the point where they kind of realize that they are going to need to like stagger but I honestly hope that they like don't do, or sorry, not not that they don't like stagger. I hope that they don't like leave the or the Halloween stuff until like the last minute, because that is not going to go over well with the community. It's just not. The other thing, and reminder to everyone that the leaf piles did not come with the Halloween stuff last year. So if anybody was like hoping to get like leaf piles, they didn't get released until Christmas. So if anybody was hoping for that stuff with the Halloween stuff, you might want to go to the feedback forum and put in a request. And like en masse. Because all of those items are tagged winter lights. Nope, they sure weren't. The leaf pile and the like the scattered leaves were both yeah, they were both tagged winter lights. Yeah, they certainly do make weird choices. The weirdest choice in that moment was or is that you can hide like Christmas presents in the leaf pile. I'm just like, all right. I mean, why not? I guess. I mean, that being said, with like the group select business, you can actually get pretty weird with it. So, shh, it's not a bad thing. It's working as intended. Leave it alone. Yeah. Yeah. Which also at this point, I think I'm probably just gonna call it. Uh, the global plot actors are probably working as intended. Sorry, everybody. But it's now been like I mean it's been since it's almost been 6 months since my initial report was submitted, and it's still not on the like the notice board. And I just submitted, or not just, 2 weeks ago I submitted a secondary report complete with like a full list of global plot actors. And I basically just got a response of, yeah, the developers are aware of it. And here's a link to the known issues list. And I'm just like, okay, if they're aware of it, why is it not on the known issues list? So, yeah. Sorry, limit your usage of trees, I guess? Or you're gonna get bit. I mean, I don't, sorry, just don't get me wrong. Please don't, Opal, please don't take my recommendation there as my opinion. It's not. I 100% would rather them not be a global plot actor. I would rather none of them, I would rather global plot actor not be a thing at all for any of them. But it doesn't look like they plan on fixing it anytime or ever. So, okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. I misunderstood you. Sorry. Sorry. Uh, pardon me and my little anxiety gremlin. As yeah, I'm not even sure why I'm. Uh, See, this is why I don't leave my plot during the stream. Because I get distracted so easily. Because it's literally, ooh, a piece of candy, ooh, a piece of candy, ooh, a piece of candy. Uh, I'm okay. Mm. Yeah, and I'm right there with you too. I want them to let us have trees. Is there a way to use hallways on their own on Switch? Uh, who? I mean, there is. It's not pretty. The plus side is, you can either do it with a friend or by yourself. Uh, it doesn't really matter because the result is the same. Because since you can't ghost, you can't close it off properly. Because the only way to do it, yeah, you want to use them as ring houses. Yeah, okay. So yeah, so we're gonna quickly go over what's called the cutting tool. I'm not sure if there's gonna be enough room here. Oh yeah, probably. Actually, I'm not sure if you can do it with hallways. I guess we're gonna find out. Actually, no, wait, sorry. You can. Sorry. No. Ignore me, because the cutting tool itself, you're not gonna make out of hallways. Even though I realize I'm putting out hallways right now. But that's not the cutting tool. So you're going to start by making this configuration here. So you make this T shape here. And then you put one room here. No problem. I can pause. It's all good. And don't be like me. Don't be like the tiny dragon. You are going to need a fair bit of room. Because you're going to need enough room so a room can fit here. It doesn't matter about there, but a room needs to be able to fit on this end. So yeah, there. That's the configuration that you want. So let me zoom in a bit. Oop, too much. And you can do this with, oh, sorry, I always forget the UI, or not UI, but the, you know, my face. My face is in the way. I always forget that that's a thing. So this configuration here that I made, I may have made it with small rooms right now. However, it is 3 hallways, yes. But that being said, you can make a cutting tool out of in any size of room. However, you just add on hallways to fit the size of room that you're using. Because this assembly here needs to be able to fit there. So that's why we used 3 hallways. So yeah, so you have 1 hallway here that allows us to make this T shape. And then the 3 hallways here allow for this placement here. Yeah, this is a good time to mention the person who did all of the legwork for this tech, who is our beloved Empress in the East, Voidness. Sorry, I coined that. I came up with that nickname because people were calling me the Glitch King, and I was just like, well, if I'm the king, she's definitely the Empress. Anyways, I digress. So there we go. So if you're the same as me right now, from here, we're going to grab this middle small room, and we're going to move it, for starters, to right here. And then after that, we're going to move it. We're going to grab it again and then move it there. And now we find out if the cutting tool works on Switch. Because I actually don't know. Okay, did it make this little scorpion tail? Sorry, I call this the scorpion tail because when you sorry, you know, it like okay, sorry. Okay, so you didn't get this configuration, so you still have a room on either side? Okay. So I have had that happen. Sorry, we are gonna have to move this back here. I have had that happen to me before. And if that happens, what I've done is I've just moved it from from wall to wall, and you basically just keep moving it. There you go. You keep moving it from the side walls to the middle, and then until it works basically. You just you just keep throwing effort at the wall until it works. And if it's not working for you, still, I might need to come over to your plot and do it for you. It's not doing it? Okay. Add me in game. I might need to come and do it for you. Oh my god, I didn't realize that it doesn't do it on Switch. That is ridiculous. I try. And that's actually quite aggravating that it doesn't do it on Switch. I'll need to do some more testing. But yeah, sorry. It's just a space, tiny space, dragon. Am I going to have to reload? Possibly. Oh, hi there, Sydney. Possibly the sea. You're very welcome. I'm very glad to hear that they worked for you. Yeah, theoretically, once I have the cutting tool working, you can actually like just go from there on your own. But yeah, Sydney, yeah, you're so welcome, and thank you for popping in to say hi and thank you. Uh, Definitely, it's not that I need to be thanked. It's just, it is nice. Because as I mentioned a lot, I don't do the things I do for me. I do it for you guys. And it's more than the thanks. It's just nice to know that it's working for you guys. There you are. Ah, whew, sorry. I'm gonna try not to blush my head off. Ah, I really appreciate your kind words, Sydney. Oh, um, sorry. Side note. Terry, do you have another small room? Because I think we found out why it might not be working. Because I believe all the rooms need to be the same size. I think I did forget to mention that. It is they all you can use any size of room. It's just that they all need to be the same size. Sure, perfect. 4 large sounds great. Just I think we're gonna need 5 hallways then. But it's okay. But don't worry, we can take the hallways away afterwards. Or actually, um, yeah. Sorry, let me just do slight calculations. Oh, that's actually probably going to be a bit more space than we need. Because 5 times 3 is 15. But I think large rooms are only 11 meters. We'll have space to spare. It's okay. Nothing wrong with that. But that also being said, and now that I'm thinking about it, they don't actually have to be hallways. Just anything that gives us space. Um, Either hallways, or if you want to like put a small room on the end there, and then put the large room. We need a buffer between that large room and the house. There we go. Uh-oh. I might need to get a bit creative. Sorry, don't mind me. Real-time problem solving. There we go. We have one cutting tool. And now that we have the cutting tool, you can pick up that entire line if you'd like. Because we don't really need any of it. Like the only things that we need are with the stuff that's on the end. Sorry, I just realized it's, oh, here. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. When I said pick up, I meant like, so like all of it. Oh wait, hold it. I just realized something. I can do this myself. Lol. Um, because how this functions, and it's really neat. Um, Yep, that should work. So if we pick up this guy here, and then we place it back down. Come on. There we go. So see how that little scorpion tail shoots out? So anything we place on this large room here, so like so, and now we can pull the construction away. It completely detaches from the rest of the project. And now, and sorry, when I said when I mentioned pickup, I literally meant that you like all of that, like we don't need it anymore. So like you can like put it back in your inventory if you'd like. Here, I'm just trying to figure out how I can make this into a bit more of a manageable cutting tool, just for your own peace of mind. All right, there you go. Now you have your cutting tool. So anytime you want to activate your cutting tool, you just grab your small room here, and you just place it back down in the same location. So we just do like that. Then we just like activate it again. Then say you want one of your hallways there. Which I do apologize. I'm like making a complete disaster zone out of your plot. So I'm gonna stop. But do you understand how to use the cutting tool? Because that's the most important part, is just if you understand how to use the cutting tool, um, that's the important part. So okay, so the way that you get the hallway on its own, so you grab this small room, and then you just place it down in the same, and then so this large room here, anything that you place on this large room is going to become by itself. So anything that I place, so if I move this hallway here to this large room, say there, and there, so all of these are now going to be by themselves. Does that make sense? Yeah. Now this is kind of where I was mentioning that it's not going to be as pretty. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, because I don't think I doubt that that's going to be where like you want them. So by all means, move them. Uh, so this is where I mentioned that will they break? Uh, sorry, Mujins. So will they? Sorry, will they break? They won't break per se. I'm trying to think of what you meant. Sorry, no, you can't move them. Yeah, no. So wherever you detach these guys, that has to be their final resting place. That's the one kicker. So yeah, once they become independent, they're there forever. Or sorry, not forever per se, because like if we go back into H, you can always like put them back here, and like put them back there, put them back there again. But from that point, then we're going to need the cutting tool again. And then if you want them to be independent again, then you will need to detach them again. And yeah, this is kind of why I like personally, I prefer using small rooms. And it's just because I find them to be a bit more maneuverable. Whereas like the large room is just, it's so big. Oh, I mean, I highly doubt you're going to break it, but yes, please try. I believe in you. Interesting, it doesn't move on my screen. But I suppose that would make sense. But as long as the cutting tool is moving on your screen, that's all that matters. Oh, right, and oh. Also, I think I was kind of engrossed in the work there, and I missed Gite. Ah, sorry, darling. I will have to. Oh, you're still here. Fantastic. Huh. Well, I'm very glad that you're still here. Thank you so much for sticking it out. And I hope you have a wonderful night. I'm not even sure what time it is there. I don't even want to know what time it is there. But thank you for staying with us through it all. Because it was evening when we started this morning. Okay, 1 a.m. isn't that bad. Actually, what am I saying? 1 a.m. I would be asleep. But I mean, because of my boyfriend, I have the sleep schedule of an old man. uh, but yeah. Okay, go get some sleep, darling. Okay. I missed it. Did you? You did. But but yes. We'll see you next time, okay? And yeah, Terry, that's probably gonna come up a bit with your project here. So personally, I definitely would pick up the spare rooms that you don't need. Just then, yeah, there you go. But yes. Hmm. Nice sweetness. This also reminds me that I need to make another, actually not make, but I need to fix this one GIF that I made a very long time ago. Um, it's like a, it's like a, or I'm, some people who are who frequent unofficial Palia housing have probably seen the tiny dragons with like grats. And I've been meaning to add that to the channel for forever and a day. It won't let you move the hallways. That, I mean, yes. So, I mean, that is expected. For the most part, anyway. This is also, for those watching at home, this is actually why I normally keep a mess of harvest houses on standby. So I can just like throw another harvest house over here. Just as like a buffer. But I realize for some people in their, depending on their Palia, where they are in their Palian journey, that's not always economically feasible. You want them lined up the edge. Okay. So sorry, let me see if I understand you correctly. So like this? Okay, so far right. Um, yeah. So also just as like a note, there is a reason I'm very I'm being uh so is here okay, or are you wanting closer? Um, so the reason why I am going I suggesting here is that when you face it this way, uh you can add a door on the end. Oh, so you would like the open side facing in. Oh, sure, that's easy. So we just doop and there and boop. Although I am a Yutz, so just one sec. Because we should actually, we're just gonna. Is that enough space? Nope. That's too much, or that's not enough space still, because we want. Oh wait, are you gonna be wanting to put doors on them out of curiosity, or doors or windows? It does matter. Oh right, I'm not, I tried to gather it. Oh my gosh. Yes. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. Um, you can one that is uh a bit of uh I was trying to mention but I was fumbling with my words. Uh, the reason why I was trying to do it so the faces were facing that way was so you could put a door. That hurts my soul. Absolutely not. Sorry, I can't in good conscience leave it like that. My selective OCD would not allow that. Okay, we're just gonna do something different. We're gonna go like this. And we're going to do the first ones. And we're actually going to pay attention and not be a silly Drago. And then we're going to hold down Shift. Don't mind me, I'm just having a male moment. Okay, I really need to get this selective OCD in check. My gosh. Game is going to give me an aneurysm. Equidistant. I mean, stressing? Not really. Okay, that's a little. I think I can live with that. What do you think? Also, I just realized during my entire like hyperfixation there. You're very welcome. I will get out of your hair now. But yeah. um as for the back end, oh, thank you so much for the reminder. I try. Actually, I think that's probably the first house call I've done in a very long time. Uh, nope. You can delete the house. Like yeah. So the cutting tool. Like now that we're done with all of that, the cutting tool can go away. All of those bits are independent structures now. My pleasure. Yeah. Another example of like this is a little bit more advanced of an independent structure, but is like this tool shed here is a fully independent structure, but this is something that can only be done on PC, sadly, because S6. But what I was going to mention, I think there's the cutting tool. Okay. Um, uh, yep, yeah, that's what I was about to go over right now. Yeah, so whichever side you choose to, or once you have your door on, because we literally have a wall item now. It used to be a bit more tedious to to block up those walls and cover them. Because back in the day, uh, we didn't really have these options, but now we do. So you literally can, and you don't need to use wood, mind you. And then if you'd like, you can. So I do have a shelf. Fantastic. For those upper ones, you can put it on a put it on, put your wall on a shelf, and then attach your wall at an angle. Excuse you. Attach your wall at. Why are you having a kitten? But yeah, it's all about just like finagling it in. Um, but yeah, if you'll also notice, uh, that the grid does still exist in here. So that is another option as well. If you don't want to use, if you don't want to use walls, you can use banners as well. Uh, that's what that's what I did back in the day. I used like a combination of like homestead banners. And that can give you a cute look. Uh, which, and for those that are, or for anyone that's unfamiliar with grid building, my go-to used to be a Capital Chic pantry way back in the day. For the longest time. Let's see if it still works. It still works. But yeah. Yeah. This, funny enough, this was actually one of my first. I think this was the fifth tutorial I ever made, was involving the invisible grid way back in the day. Actually, oh my gosh, we are coming up on the 1 year anniversary of me making tutorials. Actually, no. We probably passed the anniversary of me making like instructables. Because a little bit of lore for everybody. But before I, or some people have heard this before, but before I started making YouTube videos, I made a text-based, just like step-by-step instructions, and just like threw them up on the public Discord. And actually, looking back on everything, I think me posting my first video was actually a misunderstanding, because I thought somebody was asking me to do it. But somehow I got it in my head that they were asking me to post it to YouTube, because, you know, ADHD. Oh no. No. Now I remember. It's because someone asked me to post a video, so that did happen, of like the like of how to do something, but the video was too large to like post just directly onto Discord. And from there I was like, how am I gonna get this done? And that's when I just posted it to YouTube and was just like, okay, here it is. So There we go. That was the train. So it was never intended as like a I want to be a YouTuber. It was literally just like a device to like get people the material. Yeah, it's definitely been a journey to say the least. Now here's the one thing. If you do go the route, yeah, to get back on topic, uh, what's the topic you say? I have no idea at this point. Um, you will be left with this little gap here if you go this banner route. Uh, so with that, I would suggest using like pillars of some kind, either pillars or crates or something. So, yeah. And from there, you know, I I trust that you can fill with your own creativity. As I always say, I'm just here to hand out the tools. I know I didn't have to. Although that being said, uh uh I'm I'm now kind of wondering if it is possible to do the cutting tool on Switch. Do I have a tutorial of rotating books so they lay flat? I do actually. It should be uh, it should be just in the playlist labeled like glitching tutorials by XsTinyDragon. I really should make a button for that under the um you know under the thing. But there is a button for the YouTube channel. I'm pretty sure. Uh, which the second playlist down or the yeah should be tutorials by a tiny dragon, and then yeah the fifth video in should be laying books flat with rotational placement. Wow, that's what was I on when I came up with that name? I mean, at least it's better than the solo float method. Wow, that's pretentious. Oh, sugar cookies. My pleasure. Sorry, that was a bit loud. Um, I mean, that's fair, Terry. Um, but I mean, the cutting tool is one of those things that I have, or I'm actually not sure if there is any content on it. I've tried to be mostly hands off with it as much as I can, because Voidness mentioned making a tutorial on it. But I'm not sure where that's at, and I think she's actually I don't want to. I'm not sure. Oh my gosh, that plane is fantastic. Oh, that's actually brilliant. And I'm actually, oh, because I was kind of stuck on how to do the wings. I don't want to. Am I working on anything on my plots? I mean, aside from like the planes that we were doing, uh, I have been part of the reason why the demonstration plot has been like completely hacked apart is I've finally like come or decided to come back to the Steamworks, and I want to develop it a bit more. So far, all I've done is just add these lights in. So who knows what we do from here? We are still dangerously close to that item limit. So yeah, I really like how those turned out. But I think I over the next couple of days, I might need to have, or I might need to see where I can trim some fat. I'm 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 getting the feeling it might some of it might be in the greenhouse, maybe. Are the lights on a red present? No, they're not. It's so much worse. It's so much worse. I'm sorry. They were obstacle flicked. Yeah, they were obstacle flicked in place. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you asked me to break it to you to softly, but I just came in like a battering ram. Like like a 10-ton truck. What can I say? I'm from Alberta. This is how we roll here. Yeah, I feel you. The thing with my plot is I don't even know Oh, we have another one? I love it. There's so many Canadians in my stream. I really appreciate it. Sorry, what was I going to say? Right. Uh, the thing with this plot is I don't even know where most of the items went or item slots. Like I know a large chunk is probably like this add-on here. Ugh, I'm not even gonna dignify that with a response. I don't like being Albertan, okay? If I have I have British Columbian vein blood running through my veins. So in my mind, like I was born very close to the British Columbian border, and so in my mind, I'm basically British Columbian because I don't like Alberta. The winters are dry and cold and take forever. Oh, Hugh, you're Saskatoon or not Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. I'm so sorry. Actually, no, it could be worse. You could be in Manitoba. Oh, what's in the garden? Oh, I mean a little bit of everything. Well, not everything. Yeah, it's my quiet place to think. Where's the light? Oh wait, sorry. Forgot. My graphics are garbage right now. Hold please. So that makes it a little bit better. I don't know why the light isn't coming through properly. For some reason, the lighting is really washed out. Oh, sorry, the garden. Do you mean like here? Oh, you mean my scarecrow? Oh, thank you, thank you, Sydney. Um, I think right. I mm, I remade the scarecrow for Pride Month, so it's my drag queen scarecrow. That's why it has like a tutu and a wig. Don't know why it has a trident, but yeah. and it's kind of hard to see, but I did try and go for like all of the colors. So like there is green in there, but it's kind of hard to see. But yeah, and I haven't had the heart to like break my old scarecrow, but yeah, that was version one from like forever ago. It has like a has like an afro, which actually, now that I think about it, yeah, yeah, the afro lights up. Yeah, actually, I guess yeah. There we go. Oh no, I mean I didn't take it as I didn't take offense to the Alberta joke. Uh, that is very indicative of 90% of the a-holes that live here. But yeah, like yeah, and I'm so sorry for that very uh off color remark, but if you lived in Alberta, you'd understand. Especially if sorry, if you lived in Alberta as a uh like your entire life as a uh short, feminine, queer man, or just short, feminine, queer person. You don't need to be a man. Things aren't great for you. Got into a lot of fights in high school. Just to be clear, I didn't get beat up. I was I was the gay guy who didn't take from anyone. So, yeah, that's life in Alberta. It's basically Texas, but with healthcare. Maybe not Texas. Colorado. What a great slogan. Yeah, pretty much. Uh, but yeah, sorry. You were asking what I was working on. Actually, now that I come to think of it, something that I did want to do was change, because I had an idea for these shipping crates. Because as much as I like these chevrons, I had an idea for something that might be cuter. I do have one. Fantastic. And actually, this I'm kind of pinching from Opal. Love you, darling. Yeah, I think that's perfect. The Because that definitely sounds like a brand of feed that you'd sell. Blue Ormu. It just rolls off the tongue really nice. I am changing the labels on one of my boxes. Or I'm gonna, well, sorry, let me phrase that. I'm gonna try. We're gonna see if it works. I might. Come on. Oh wait, hold it. I forgot that I turned my graphics up to 240. I'm not that good. Come on, buddy. Just keep throwing effort at that wall until it breaks. Okay, hey, we got the something is in the way message this time. Nope. Sugar cookies, come on. We might need to do this in 2 stages. Really doesn't want to do this. Yeah, okay. The other thing that we can try and do since we're on the PC, and you know, we've already kind of said sorry to the Switch players. Is we can attempt a rotational float. You know, that thing that I love doing. And that I'm oh so good at. Not even close. Let's go back into the plot. Yeah, of course not. Because why would ever anything work the way I want to? Okay, fine. Have it your way, F6. Go fork yourself. It literally did not move. it, it, no, sugar. I just realized what time it is. It is definitely almost 6 o'clock. Oh, I love it when Tiger's not home late, or not home on time. Ah. Well, fam, we definitely went for 9 hours again. Hmm. And you're very welcome, Terry. Ah, pleasure as always. I hope everybody, or most everyone, learned something new today. 24-hour stream. Oh my god. I am pretty sure my roommates would have my tiny rear end if I did that. But let us see who is streaming. Oh, it looks like a few people are streaming right now. Okay. Now who is okay. So from those of us, or from our man, my brain is completely fried. Oh, Lone Rose did pop in today. And it'd be nice to, because she rated us, didn't? Yeah, she did. So, and how long has she been? She's not for 5 hours. I hope she's not. Yeah, but It'll be nice to actually raid somebody back for once. So let's raid her back. Because she was absolutely lovely and is learning glitching. Lone Rose 515. But before I let everyone go, as I end every stream, as I'm sure many of you know, I've been a tiny dragon with titanic dreams, hoping that your dreams are and truly always will be just as big. Okay, have a great evening. We will see you in the future, and I love you all very dearly. Okay. Let's get this raid underway.